Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richer, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richer Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richer Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richer, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Hi, my name is Holly Bird Miller, and I am the Brand and Beauty Ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. I have 27 years in sales, marketing, business development, branding, and brand strategy. So my genius is common. What got me into the love of branding and beauty is I love to allow our professional clients to look like the best version of themselves, to elevate their executive presence. So I've surrounded myself with a global team of videographers, photographers, hairstylists, makeup artists, wardrobe stylists, social media managers, and brand strategists to make sure that we are your one-stop branding agency. So I am so proud to be the brand and beauty ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. My genius is common.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too. Because genius is common.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
you guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem?
Okay.
There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with the power to make big purchases in his hands, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy. Especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning, fabulous Friday to you. Welcome to the Black Business Network. I'm going to be your moderator for the next couple of hours, Wade Randolph of Randolph Unlimited Professional Training and Speaking Company. Now, you may be asking, what is the Black Business Network? Simply, the Black Business Network is a 24-hour network where we bring to you some of the cutting-edge Black business professionals, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders. So this is a show that you want to stay tuned to for the rest of the day. We have speakers from North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, Washington, D.C., and then throughout the U.S., but we go overseas to Japan, Singapore, and speakers throughout the world. Our goal, our overall job, is to empower you, to give you insights, tools, techniques in order to take your personal and professional life to another level. So this morning, again, I want you to take a moment, grab your pencil, pen, or old school, your pad, grab your coffee, because this is a show you don't want to miss. Our first speaker will talk to you this morning about mental health, because you can have wealth, but how about your mental health? So this morning, we're going to introduce our platform of speakers, and this young lady you want to tune into and listen very closely. Please help me welcome to the show Dr. Rhonda Wood of RMW Global Enterprise. Let me tell you a little bit about Dr. Wood. Recognized as one of the prominent voices of mental health, Dr. Wood is an award-winning, let me say again, award-winning speaker, a leading authority on mental health. So ladies and gentlemen, please get your pen, get your pad. This is a young lady that you want to tune into, Dr. Rhonda Wood. Dr. Wood, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Randolph. Thank you so much for having me. I'm well, thank you.
Thank you for being here. So I'm going to leave it to you because they're in for a shock of information that can take their lives to another level. So as we say in this group, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
I'll see you on the other side. Good morning, everybody. I'm so excited to speak to you today. So I just want to start off and say, man, I'm in my there I was in my doctor's office. And he said, Miss Wood, you're this close. You're this close. This close. Now, he wasn't talking about being close to guessing the correct answer in a trivia game. And he certainly wasn't talking about being this close to guessing the winning numbers of a Powerball or lottery. What he told me was that I was this close to having a possible nervous breakdown. Now, I had heard of a breakdown, but I certainly didn't know exactly what it meant. But more importantly, I didn't truly understand why he had associated that with me. I mean, let me set the scene for you. I'm sitting in his office in a suit, high heel shoes, my very favorite necklace, and my best red lipstick. You know, Ruby Woo Red Lipstick by MAC. Some of you ladies know what I'm talking about. I had my hair flawlessly gelled up in the bun. So as you can imagine, the word nervous breakdown, it didn't go with my outfit that day. Now, the doctor that I'm talking about wasn't necessarily a medical doctor. It was a doctor of psychology. I had been seeing a therapist. The reason why is because, well, I was a high achieving, successful woman. I had an incredibly successful career in corporate America. I was running my small business and I was taking great care of my family. I had a then teenage daughter. So I'm going into work every day, climbing that corporate ladder, being all that I can be. I had aspirations of one day being the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. But here was my issue. I was doing all of those things and it was starting to get to me. Now, even as high achievers, as much and as hard as we try, there are times when we may have to take a step back and evaluate things and make sure that we are prioritizing our physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Another thing to add to that is that I had been going and going and going and pushing and pushing and pushing for so long. That's what the world had told me that I was supposed to do. Keep going, keep succeeding, keep hitting those goals. Just keep on going, pushing, moving forward. But one of the things I realized is there had been some things along the way in my journey, my success journey, that I had kind of pushed aside, pushed down, suppressed, that I hadn't dealt with. And those things, it was those things that was beginning to catch up to me. I realized I had gone for so long that I was suppressing my needs, my thoughts, my feelings. And so I needed to do something radically different, something that I had not done before. Now, up to this point, I had been doing something called coping. If something happened, something bad happened, something that affected my wellness, I would just cope. I would find something to make me feel better, but I would avoid the situation. What I needed to start doing was to prioritize my mental health and well-being and start healing those parts of me, being submissive to the healing process, which required courage for me to overcome, not avoid, the issues and the things, the painful moments that I had experienced along my journey. So there had been things from my childhood trauma that was starting to creep up in my life. There were things that I had experienced as a teenager, the rejection and the abandonment that I had been avoiding most of my life. There were the struggles of jumping into adulthood from my college life and then into my adulthood and starting my career, things that I had just kind of pushed aside. And at some point, the body says, okay, I've had enough. We have to deal with these things. If you deal with these things, you'll be in a much better position. You'll be able to lead life and do life more effectively and with more joy. Now, I had, again, so many things happen. We're talking rejection, abandonment, neglect, abuse, things that I said, man, what am I going to do? Now, let me give you a little bit of an example of how these things manifest in our lives sometimes. So there are times in my life, again, as a career woman, as a small business leader, all of these great things that I found myself needing to do something radically different. So let me give you a few of those attitudes, which I believe you can probably relate to. So one of the things that I used to do without question is I had this obligation to be strong. Be strong, no matter what. See, I felt like, man, in order for me to be best at my job, in my career, I always have to show up like I'm strong, in control, and in charge. But when you have that obligation that you want everybody to always see you as strong, in control, and in charge, what happens on the days when you don't feel up to it. So there are times in our lives when we do what I call, we wear the face of being okay. So what does that mean? So mental health has many different faces. It can be deceptive. And what we do is we learn to wear this rehearsed look of all is well, everything is okay. And so people who may be experiencing burnout, stress, overwhelmness, even maybe depression, anxiety, or maybe even symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Those symptoms can look different from person to person. Some of us wear it very well. We still can have a smile on our face and hold our head up high. And there are others who are struggling. There are some who struggle and suffer in solitude and silence. And there are some who can fake it till you make it. Now, we expect people, there are many people who may not look or behave like they're dealing with some type of mental or emotional challenge, such as depression, anxiety, stress, or overwhelm, or even more serious symptoms. So what we expect when we say someone might be experiencing a mental health symptom, we expect them to show symptoms of downheartedness. We expect them to maybe be isolated or withdrawn. We expect them to maybe show symptoms of nervousness or having the jitters. But again, many people are able to hold their head up high, wear a big smile on their face, and always appear like all is well, everything is okay, and I'm fine. When in reality, beneath the surface, they may be masking emotional pain. So that was an instance with me. Again, having that face of I have to be strong at all costs, no matter what. So that's one symptom that I'm thinking maybe a lot of us can relate to. Another one I'm thinking that we can relate to is this feeling obligated to suppress our feelings. Now it's like or emotions. It's not like we can come to work or go out in the community and start airing out our feelings. And then in a lot of cases, our environment doesn't allow for that. So what we do is we keep pushing because we say, well, this isn't the right place, or this isn't the right time, or I don't have time to deal with my personal problems. And in many cases, a work environment, a business environment, your entrepreneurship journey may not allow for that. But the issue is taking the time, making sure we take the time to make sure we are prioritizing ourselves. If that's not the environment, then or we may not have the time, then making sure we allow for that at some point in our lives and that we don't let things build up. So a third thing, in addition to this obligation to be strong, in addition to feeling obligated to suppress our emotions and our feelings, we may have a resistance to vulnerability. So what does that mean? This feeling of, don't worry, I can handle it. I can do it myself. I don't need any help. I got this, because I don't want to appear weak or that I can't handle things. So let me tell you, when I was in corporate America, I was in many environments, in many rooms, in many meetings where I may have been the only female and I may have been the only person of color. So not only did I feel this obligation to prove to everyone in the room that I belong there, I felt like I had worked so hard to get there. I felt like I needed to prove myself and make sure they knew, no, I'm not weak. I got this. But I knew that sometimes there were these internal feelings of there's a lot going on in my life that I'm managing. So what happens when you have a project on your job that may not go well? What happens when you have that boss or supervisor that may not be treating you well? What happens when your coworkers may not be treating you fairly? What happens when things are your spouse, your teenager, your dog, people in your community, the cheerleading team, the football coach? All of these things are playing a role in your life. So what happens when all of those things don't always go together in a seamless synergy way? So that's when we need to prioritize our mental health. Another thing that can happen, in addition to the obligation to be strong, in addition to our feeling obligated to suppress our emotions, in addition to our resistance to being vulnerable, we also have this obligation to want to help others. Now, many of us, we're servants, we're leaders, but we also serve. And we love to do for other people. And sometimes at the expense of ourselves, at the expense of our wellness. So sometimes you may feel like, wait, I'm the one that's responsible. I'm the leader. I'm the parent. I'm the business owner. And it's my job to lead or to help others. It's my job to make sure everything is in order. It's my job, again, to appear in control and in charge. Sometimes our obligation to help others is very noble, but not when it's at the expense of our own wellness. And last but not least, I'd like to talk about the most important one is many of us, including myself, have this determination to succeed despite our limitations, despite our limited resources. Now, the world will tell you, again, you need to succeed at all costs. At a certain age or a certain point in your life, you should be here. You should be making this much money. You should have accomplished this many things. You need these assets, this size house, and things of that nature. But let me be the one to tell you, mental health does not discriminate based on age, gender, finance. It doesn't care about the square footage of your house or how much money is in the bank. It doesn't care how many letters are behind your name or how much education you may have. It can affect anyone at any time for any reason. So again, one of the most important things we can do is to make sure we prioritize ourselves. Like, I know many of you may be thinking, but wait, prioritizing me, what if I have to take care of other people? The most important thing you can do before you can take care of your staff, before you can take care of people in your community, before you can take care of your family, and before you can effectively lead a team, run a business, lead your family, you have to prioritize you. You have to make you the priority. We always have to make sure our cup is full, and then we can serve from our overflow. You never want to be in a position where you have to serve or do from an empty cup or from an empty tank. So again, back to me being in my doctor's office. I want to go back to that. I had been running from my situation. I had been running from that stress and overwhelm for so long that it certainly caught up with me. And my doctor was able to see through my mask. He was able to see the fact that I had been struggling internally and hiding it, as many of us do, suppressing my needs, my thoughts, my feelings. And again, I needed to do something radically different, something that I had not done before. Begin on this healing process of healing the things, not only from my past, but the things in my present that were causing me to perform and behave the way I had been doing. Another thing that happened is my then teenage daughter, she began to experience symptoms of mental health as well, as many of our teenagers do, particularly during the pandemic. We had to socially and physically isolate. We had to wonder how we were going to adjust this new normal. We had to experience different types of loss of being with our loved ones, loss of our certainty of our health, loss of life as we knew it. Some people were having a loss of finance. Some people were losing jobs. Some people were experiencing health symptoms that they had never experienced before. We had to do things radically different. But most importantly, what was happening is we saw an increase and an uptick in the number of people who were struggling to deal with their mental health symptoms because they had been going for so long. So when you had an opportunity to sit still, not being able to go out in the world to work or not being able to go to school and things of that nature, where we had to just kind of sit still and make sure we were prioritizing us. So here are 3 things that I'd love to share with you real quick about some things that I was able to do. One of the things that I had to do in order to prioritize my mental well-being, and to be able to effectively be that leader for my family, for at my job, for my business, and in my community, is I had to find my place, finding my place, finding my purpose. Now, finding something new requires us to let go of something old. So we have to let go of our comfort zone, let go of the convenience, let go of coping with life the way we had been doing it before. Understanding that, yes, I'm here on purpose, with purpose, for a purpose. Finding my purpose meant finding my place. So even though I was a high achiever, doing great things in the world, winning all kinds of awards and getting great recognition, what really mattered was what was going on the inside. It's no point in gaining all these things when my soul wasn't at peace. So again, finding my place. And so the second thing that I realized I needed to do was take up space. So what does that mean exactly? Using my gifts, my God-given gifts, and my assignment in a way that was different. I used all of those 30 years in corporate America, all of that experience in speaking and in writing, and I was using it for a greater good. I began to learn more about mental health and why it was important, why I should make it a priority. I began to speak openly and honestly to my community and become an advocate. I began to travel around the world. Last year, I went to England, France, and Belgium and spoke about the importance of prioritizing mental health. I started to partner with other like-minded companies and organizations, telling them the importance of mental health for their staff and their employees, and the benefits of having mentally healthy workplaces and environments. And the third thing I was able to do was I was able to get back in the race. So even though I felt like in a lot of ways, man, my body had failed me, but the failure wasn't final. It was a temporary setback, temporary disappointment. And although in life we may have regrets, shame, we have our past experiences, we may have guilt, we may have things that didn't take us out, but it was for a reason. We have 100% survived up to this point, our worst days. And it was for a reason. It may have been bankruptcy. It may have been a possible loss of life. It probably was the pandemic, or maybe even you experienced some type of disease, illness, a cancer maybe. Maybe it was an emotional thing that you avoided. Maybe it was an abandonment, a betrayal, walking away from that toxic thing, that person, that place, or something that almost destroyed you, but it didn't. Whatever you went through, understand it had nothing to do with you, but what was going on and what was happening in you. So for me, even though I had experienced this close, near mental breakdown, a nervous breakdown I had almost experienced because I did not prioritize me, because I was trying to do and juggle so many things. And understand it wasn't a sign of weakness. It was a sign that I needed to stop and make sure I was putting the priorities where they needed to be. Whatever you went through in your life, it was meant for you to get back up and get back in the race with a different focus and a different priority, prioritizing your mental wealth and well-being. So I'd love to be able to share as in what individually we can do, and also as organizations, what can we do to make sure we are prioritizing our mental health? Now, understand that mental health is being able to cope with the normal stressors of life so that you can function productively and effectively. When I was close to having that mental breakdown, my body was telling me, You are no longer able to function productively and effectively unless you change and do things radically different. Stop prioritizing the things and start prioritizing you so you can better manage the things. So, how can what are some ways in which we can not only prioritize ourselves, but ways in which we can support one another? So again, the number one thing, which is not selfish, is to make sure that you are taking care of yourself first. If you experience someone else who you think might be suffering in silence or in solitude, making sure you're actively listening to their needs. Make sure we are respecting their feelings. I think there are times when we say, oh, that's not that bad, or look on the bright side. Making sure we're respecting whatever other people may be going through, whether it's an individual person in your family or a friend or someone in your workplace who you are supervising, respecting what they're going through. Also, being able to provide care unconditionally, not to have conditions on how we show concern or care. Also, creating supportive environments, providing environments that are supportive. This is very important if we are business owners and we have staff, to make sure that we're able to say, hey, here are some things, places this is a safe place. There is no judgment here. Also, offering resources and training for people who may want to make sure their mental health is intact. Again, happy employees, happy people provide happy companies with great profits and productivity. I want to make sure we are decreasing the stigma. Stigma is what prevents a lot of people from coming forward and talking about what they're going through or what they may be experiencing in their personal life. Stigma is what makes people have to feel like they have to struggle in silence. Stigma is what makes people feel like they have to not be able to speak up and voice or be able to trust people with what's going on in their lives. Stigma is what keeps us silent and wearing the mask. We also want to make sure that we are providing and making sure we are educating ourselves, that we're providing and embracing awareness. We're embracing compassion. We're being advocates and showing support for prioritizing mental health, and also showing empathy, making sure we are empathizing and accepting of anyone who may be experiencing temporary difficult times. So that's how we can support one another. Also understanding what are the benefits of mentally healthy environments, mentally healthy people. Well, first of all, positive work environment and culture. You always want to make sure that when your employees know that you care about them, that in providing a positive work environment and culture, that's providing a mentally healthy workplace. Also, you'll have higher retention rates. People are not going to want to leave or find someplace else to work or other people to work for if they feel like they are supported and you're helping them to prioritize their mental health. You'll have higher productivity. They'll want to come to work. They'll want to be more productive because they're mentally healthy and have a mentally healthy workplace and environment. They'll feel seen, they'll feel heard, and they'll feel valued, which are all very important components. They'll also feel connected to one another instead of feeling isolated and withdrawn. Another topic is it's increased well-being. That is an important benefit of a mentally healthy individual who works in or for someone who prioritizes mental wellness. You'll have better camaraderie. People will want to be around each other, want to be supportive of one another because they know that you are supportive of them. You'll have lower absenteeism. People will want to come and work for you and with you. And probably another most important component is you'll have increased profitability. If people are coming to work, if they're happy, if they're engaged, if they're more productive, then your profits will go up. And also if they're not leaving to go work in a different environment. So those are some of the reasons and components and benefits of prioritizing mental health and well-being. I was able to, again, prioritize my mental health and well-being after my doctor mentioned that I was close to having a nervous breakdown. I did prioritize my mental well-being. I did talk therapy. I shifted a lot of things. I talked about a lot of things that I felt like were holding me back, that I had been buried in my thoughts and feelings. I vocalized those things. I started journaling. I started meditating. I started going for walks, being one with nature. I prayed more. I read more. I socialized more. I did more things that I liked. But I kept talking about and healing those parts of me that I felt like needed to be healed. And as a result, not only did I become a better individual, more mentally stable, I was able to function with the normal stressors of life because I learned the tools and strategies to be able to do that. I also was able to provide more attention to my business. I was able to be more productive in the workplace. And most importantly, I was able to be an incredibly better parent and more supportive to my then teenage daughter and supporting her in her mental health journey, teaching her the strategies. And so in addition to me being a international mental health speaker, author, and advocate, my daughter was able to follow in my footsteps. She was able to reduce her depression and anxiety. And she also is a mental health speaker, author, and advocate for the last 6 years since she was 16 years old. And she is now almost on her way to being 21. She is also doing great things in the mental health space. And so if my story, this presentation has resonated with you, I would love to either support you in your mental health journey or partner with you to be able to learn more about mental health, but also to join me in the mission to normalize and destigmatize mental health conversations so that we can eradicate mental health stigmas, be able to adopt compassion, to adopt awareness, to be able to adopt acceptance, and to provide education. I would love to advocate for a world where I can partner with organizations and companies where we can break the silence and be able to heal out loud, can partner with other corporations that also prioritize mental health awareness and breaking the stigma. If you're interested in working with me, I have a few slots available for individual coaching, but also partnerships with my company, RMW Global Enterprises. You can reach me, Dr. Rhonda M. Wood, on my website, drrhondamwood.com. That's drrhondamwood.com. There you can find me on social media.
Dr. Wood, let me ask you, because we're at the top of the hour, one more time for your contact information, please.
Sure, absolutely. My contact information, the best way to reach me is my website, which is drrhondamwood.com. That's drrhondamwood.com, drrhondamwood.com.
Dr. Wood, such information. As we were talking before, people don't need to suffer in silence.
That is true.
If they reach out to you, then you can be a resource that will take them across the bridge to really find themselves. So, Dr. Wood, thank you for your time. Thank you for your information. And thank you for really just being you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
No, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as they say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side. We've heard from Dr. Wood, and your health is the most important thing that you have. If you have wealth and no health, then what do you have? Focus on your health. Now, why do we hold the Black Business Network? Why do we hold this expo? Our overall goal, our mission, is to support our young youth that are coming up to be entrepreneurs and our K-12 entrepreneurs, that we can fund them to be the next global change leaders for our world. I tend to say our young people are 60% of our population, but 100% of our future. So we're going to ask you to donate to the Black Business Expo so that we can support our young people. The donation that you can make is nothing too small and nothing too big, because again, our young people are our future. Please donate to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. You'll see that information below, www.blackbusinessexpo.com. If there is a student listening to the sound of my voice and they want to get in on the scholarships, or we're giving laptops, please go to www.blackbusinessusa.com and register as a student for us to support you. Now, how do we do this? We can only do this because every dollar, every cent counts. But in order to do this, we have sponsors, and hopefully you'll be our sponsor next. Let me just throw a shout out to our sponsors: NC100, Capital, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier and Development, Step Management, BHS and Associate, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Marlene Cheney Global, Executive Woman Success, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm hoping that sooner or later we'll see your name, the name of your company, on our list that you're supporting this event. Please stay tuned for the next speaker. Please stay tuned to get more information of how can we empower you personally and professionally. Geniuses.
Hi, welcome to our virtual Derrick Automotive Experience Center here in beautiful Atlantic Station, located in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm Derek Bailey, the founder of Derrick Automotive Technologies. Come in. Let me grab you a drink and tell you a little bit about our company. By the way, did you know that we have cocktail hours every other Friday evening from 7 to 10? And again on Saturday afternoons from 11 to 5? It's a good way to come in and learn about the company. You should stop by and bring a friend. So, let me tell you a little about us. Derrick Automotive is a company with a simple mission, which is to make electric vehicles more convenient for consumers by changing the way electric vehicles are recharged. Plug-in charging is really the only thing slowing the mass adoption of electric vehicles. And the adoption of electric vehicles is going to be so important to our battle with climate change. Derrick Automotive has a practical solution, which is to put a small generator that we call the Proteus into our vehicle. The Proteus' sole function is to convert fuel into electricity. But here's the key. It converts that fuel with a smaller carbon footprint than if that kilowatt hour was created at a power plant. And here's something else you might not know. When you create a kilowatt hour at a power plant, by the time they transmit that power down the power lines, anywhere from 15 to 40% of it could be lost. So, to plug millions of electric cars into the power grid and then lose 15 to 40% of every kilowatt hour of power that's created, in our opinion, doesn't make a lot of sense. With the introduction of our Proteus, where we can create that same kilowatt hour at the car, eliminate all those transmission line losses, and all at a carbon footprint that's on par with the power plant anyhow. So we bring convenience without increasing the carbon footprint. We allow vehicles to travel further and with less hassle. And since it's actually comparable to charging from the electric grid, why should consumers be inconvenienced? And we believe that once consumers are no longer inconvenienced, electric vehicles are going to take their place in the automotive sector.
I am a child of the Most High God.
He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am black business. Tell me, are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am black business. I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am black business. I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am black business.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am black business. I am black business. Tell me, are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world.
Did you know Black women are the fastest growing group of entrepreneurs? However, only 3% of Black women have established a sustainable, thriving business that has lasted more than 5 years. Why is there such a huge gap between creating and sustaining a business? Common obstacles like money and resources, but on a deeper level, self-doubt, lack of support, undervaluing self, stress and overwhelm, relationship challenges, health challenges, work-life imbalance, and unsure of purpose and passion. Meet Milani Shani Global. Our mission is to provide life, love, and business coaching for women who are leading the way and want to improve mental and emotional health and well-being by managing stress, anxiety, creating work-life balance, increasing confidence, revealing purpose, and putting themselves first so they can use their authentic gifts and make an impact in their community. When you enroll in our coaching systems and programs, you will discover how to activate your passion and personal fulfillment, unleash and align your natural gifts and talents with winning strategies, master your mindset and release stress and overwhelm, procrastination, and self-doubt. You are not alone. Our professional certified team of coaches use unique and one-of-a-kind advanced coaching tools to ensure that you excel in the areas of mental and emotional well-being, leading with confidence, relational wealth, and stress management. Put yourself first today and take your next step towards well-being and igniting your authentic success. Milani Shani Global, a company by women for women for over 35 years. Visit us at www.msglobal1.com or call 704-313-9132 and enroll in one of our programs to get started today.
Are you tired of spending way too much energy and time on time-consuming administrative and creative tasks? And not enough time on producing income for your business? Do you have more to-dos on your plate than you can possibly accomplish? Are you struggling to keep up with marketing and social media presence? Superwoman is here to save your day. We take the stress out of your day by turning your to-dos into ta-da! We service various industries, including finance, entertainment, construction, technology, and fintech. Let us help you with the many nagging details it takes to develop and run a successful business. Let us focus on productivity so you can focus on those profits. Contact us today, scan the QR code, or go to www.superwoman.go.
Introducing Electa World.
The metaverse is widely being labeled as the next phase in human evolution. This second world is no longer just science fiction. AR and VR are coming together to form new communities and limitless possibilities, powered by a brand new kind of money, virtual currencies. Our world will be eco-friendly, emitting near-zero carbon, and feature Electa Motors and their full fleets of green electric vehicles. This will create real business opportunities where users can actually earn real revenue. Electa World will be completely free of all types of discrimination. No race, gender, sexual orientation, national origin, or any other type of discrimination will ever limit you in Electa World. Electa World will feature around 3,000 plots of land of various sizes for sale in year one, with a heavy focus on commercial land and luxury residential real estate. More details coming March of 2022. Electa World. Join the new evolution.
See, being in business, regardless if you're a minority business or any type of business, is about connecting. It's about hearing new information that can drive you forth. It's more about coming together with people with like minds in order to make your business grow.
You don't wake up wanting to be mediocre and just do just enough. You want to excel. You want to be a master in your craft. You want to take it to the next level. So it's not going to happen by accident. So you have to be mindful and think of what can I do today to help take me to the next level.
The truth is, your life will only change when you get new information. Your life will only change when you move forward with another level of thinking. This expo is about new information to move your life to another level.
Five Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.fivestarbdm.com today to learn more.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning. This is Wade Randolph. More God. Welcome to the Black Business Network. Happy Friday to you. Now, you might be asking, what is the Black Business Network? We are a 24-hour networking show that gives you the best entrepreneurs, the best talent, the best thought leaders throughout the world. We have speakers in North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, Washington, D.C., throughout the U.S., and we even go across the water to London, Japan, and Singapore to bring some of our speakers to you. Our overall goal is to help you improve your personal as well as your professional performance. This morning, we're going to do something different, something new, but something that will help you grow. This morning, we have Dr. Lou Brewster. We call him Dr. Lou. He is the founder and CEO of Donna Health, a digital solution for healthcare providers seeking better health outcomes and a return on their investment. He's going to have a deep and in-depth talk with one of our fabulous speakers, Grant McCall, exploring family caregiving. Exploring family caregiving. Please help me welcome Dr. Lou Brewster again, as we call him, Dr. Lou.
Good morning.
Dr. Lou, good morning.
Good morning, my friend. How are you doing today?
Great. Any day above ground's a good day.
Oh man, we gotta aspire a little higher than that. Come on now.
Yeah.
yeah. But I'm happy to be here. Truly honored to be invited to do this, and look forward to having this conversation.
So I'm going to get out your way. You're going to bring on one of our fabulous in-depth speakers and let you gentlemen have a conversation that the audience needs to hear and that will grow them in ways that they are be excited about. Gentlemen, I'm leaving it to you. As they say in our network, genius is common. I look forward to seeing you gentlemen on the other side.
Excellent.
Thank you, Wade. Good morning. Good morning, Lou. And I know it's a little early for you, and we appreciate that you are ready for this conversation, and you look so alive right now.
Hey, Grant, anytime I get to spend some time talking to you, I'm always excited. I'm always honored that you reach out to me for these type of opportunities. So, if I got to get up a little earlier, actually, it's not really early for me. This is usually how it starts. One of the lessons of living on the West Coast is that any work you do on the East Coast makes you get up early, and then you spend a longer day. So, because you have to work, obviously late out here. So I've just gotten used to long days at this point.
Well, I love the fact, and everybody listening, I want y'all to know this is special. This is historic. We are going to replay one of the greatest challenges that has ever occurred in the NBA. I'm talking about the Knicks are in the playoffs, and they're going to be playing
the Miami Heat. That's right. And don't think that was lost on me when you sent me that picture of you wearing that hat. I'm getting it from both sides because, my son, my 14-year-old son, is a diehard Miami Heat fan. He grew up with them. So, I'm catching it from all angles right now. But that's all right. I could care less. I've been a Knicks fan my whole life. So I'm going to ride with them till the wheels fall off.
Well, you have showed us resilience. You have showed us perseverance. I mean, I remember the Knicks, back in the Walt Frazier days, the Bernard King days, the Ewing days. And I'm like, one day they will return. And here we are. And
That's
I'm looking forward to it. But we're going to get into a good conversation because you are I would say you are in the pulse of community health. You have displayed a lot of different programs that actually have had real impact. You don't talk the talk, you walk the walk, right? Tell us a little bit about your community health programs and what you're doing out there in Vegas.
Sure. So we're in kind of in a unique space in life and career. We are seeing a sort of a transition in the way in which people manage community health. When I first started in the field, the only world of community health that you had to be concerned with was what happened in the offline space, right? So going door to door, being out in the community, doing health fairs, educating people, et cetera. Well, today, you have to be a lot more advanced than that. You have to be able to promote health both in the offline space and the online space. And you have to be able to drive activity in both directions. So you may have activities in the offline space that drive people to resources online. And so you may have activities in the online space to drive people to show up at given events or for specific activities. And so to your direct question about here in Vegas, there's, I would say, an added layer because for the first time in my career, I'm being asked to work in rural environments and being asked to work in rural environments at a time where, quite honestly, there is a great deal of disinvestment in the rural communities as it pertains to healthcare. And so one of the things that we are doing out here is we've launched an initiative called Genesis as part of starting or bringing a new medical school to the Las Vegas area. And the focus of that medical school, quite similar to the focus of the med school that we played a part in founding in Miami, is to educate medical students by requiring them to do home visits to low-income, medically underserved households. And so to your point about, kind of being on the, kind of always having your finger on the pulse, this is where we get that from, is we never lose sight of who we do this for. And at the end of the day, we should all be invested in caring for and providing the greatest solutions for those who have the greatest need.
And I want you, this is where we need to start. We got to get deep into this because this is very important. We just came out of COVID. And if anything we learned as we came out of COVID, we saw the health equity divide. We saw it in full display in which communities of color, underserved communities, were affected by multiples more than the majority community because of lingering situations and circumstances within those communities with the lack of resources. First, before we get into that, I want the audience to understand the difference between health and healthcare, and then we're going to talk about what we can do to really solve this health equity gap.
Right. So I think the big term that swirls around the work that we do is social determinants of health. It's just a fancy term for the social and economic and cultural elements of life, where we live, where we work, where we play, and what impact it has on our health and well-being. I always try to distinguish those two as the social determinants of health care and the social determinants of health. Social determinants of health care are those things that the healthcare industry, quite honestly, can find a way to pay for or can make a justification to pay for. Now, I'm sure there's some healthcare executives who are cringing as I say this, but I'm sorry, but that quite honestly is the way that works. And I'll give you a very, good example of what I mean by that. So the healthcare system on average, and this is not all, so I don't want to give a blanket phrase, on average has every commitment in today to make sure that you're able to get transportation for a physician visit or to get to one of their inpatient facilities. But they don't have as much investment in you finding transportation to get to work or to get your child to school. And so what it goes on in the background that many times these systems are unaware of is that oftentimes, especially if you're bartering to get those rides from a friend or a family member, there's a negotiation that's going on that in some ways there's a ticker, right? If I don't want to take somebody to every place they have to go. So you now begin to prioritize who you're going to ask for that ride to get to work, to get to the hospital, et cetera. And so whereby the healthcare system may not feel as though they have an investment in those other trips, in an indirect way they do. And the way it lives out is when an individual doesn't show up for a visit, even though you're providing them transportation, simply because they may have had to use that time and that resource to go somewhere else that they prioritized higher in that moment. And so, you know, I'm glad you brought up COVID, because I think one of the things that's scary is that we are pawning off a level of health disparities that we were experiencing prior to COVID, and assigning it to COVID, and that's just not true. You know, earlier this week, you and I talked about how basically young people are dying, right? I mean, we need to really focus in on what's going on when it comes to that. I saw a statistic recently that 1 in 25 5-year-olds won't make it to the age of 40. That was a JAMA study, yeah. And so you're talking about us losing a generation potentially, and it boils down to four key things: suicide, homicide, drug overdose, and car accidents. And so in at least 3 of those 4, we can do something on the front end to prevent that from happening, and prevent it before it becomes a rescue care circumstance. And so that's kind of at the core of the work that I have always done. It's at the core of the work that we're now doing with Donna Health, to kind of get individuals help health systems access people earlier, based on the warning signs of some of these things coming on, be able to manage that white noise in between doctor's visits, and knowing really what's going on in between those visits, and where appropriate, getting them help before instead of too late.
So this is a crisis that, and I know in certain family households, we're talking about family health, right? Certain families in America right now are really getting, taxed. They're being tested on a lot of different levels. Like you were talking about the social determinants, just the social determinant, like what's your daily life like for survivability, right? And what does that look like? Because you've got so many things that you have to take care of and be responsible for just on a day-to-day basis. And I agree with you that sometimes in certain communities, you don't realize what another person or persons are going through just to get to that same access that you might be taking for granted. Now, I know you've done a lot of programs. You go into these households. That's one thing I really liked about your program. You're not talking about it. You're not just grabbing these statistics. You're actually going into where the data is collected. You're going into these families. You're spending time with these families. You are seeing what's really going on, not only on a week by week, but a day by day and hour by hour, what's really happening, that cause and effect cycle. Like, wow, this is why John or Jim or Mary did not come to that appointment. And that story is a lot deeper than just missing an Uber ride or something.
Very much so. So the process is pretty straightforward. We have an approach we call high tech, high touch, right? And so it starts at the point of a high risk or low income household being contacting us. We make a quick 5-question call to them to kind of get a sense of how soon and how urgent we need to get out to them. It also allows us to know what type of team we need to deploy to them. Does the team need to be more medically focused, or does it need to be more socially focused? And then, using our proprietary software system, we're able then to deploy the right team. We have a part of our platform that's called teaming. So we are able to drop in the type of provider that is most appropriate and most needed for that household to manage its needs, and do this almost seamlessly or harmoniously. So now when you get this visit and you get screened for the different things that you need as a household, because that's the key part, as not just one patient, but for the entire family. And I want to come back to that, because that's a part of what we are missing in healthcare. Then we go out, we provide services, and then we begin to use the existing network of social and clinical providers in that community, and we refer them, but we package it in what we call care packages, so that these household members don't have to search across 6 different phone calls that they received about where they should go. It's all in one self-contained package that they can then shuttle through. But also we offer an individual, an outreach worker who will assist them and guide them and navigate them through that process of working through their care package. And then the final piece, which I think is the most important piece, is that we continue to offer ongoing support through either a technical assistance or through our platform or through ongoing engagement with one of our staff people. And so it doesn't sound complex until you take a step back and realize how many things in that process our system has just not been able to do. One, we have really not been very good at being able to get into the households of individuals in these communities. And a lot of that has to do with the lack of trust between the health system and the communities that we work in. The second thing is that we have not been able to find a way to get social service providers and healthcare providers to communicate with one another. And one of the main reasons is because oftentimes the services distributed or provided by healthcare providers is done at the individual level or the patient level, and the services provided by social service agencies is provided at the family level. So right out the gate, they're having a conversation that is not aligned. And so one of the things that our platform does is it allows providers to toggle back and forth between a patient view and a household view. So no longer do you have that problem, because now you can see both and you can provide services to both all in one platform. And then a snapshot view or a glance view, as we call it, of that information can then be exported to the electronic health record for easy viewing and updates to the provider of that patient in that household. And so this is some of the things that we have done. And it's really informed by 20 plus years of, like you said, being in the field, being on the ground, doing this work, deploying teams every day, still deploying teams every day. Every day they do a household visit. You learn a little more about what's going on in households. I'm enamored by all of the different solutions that are out there right now. I think it's great that there is finally some attention being paid to this topic, but I don't know that you can do this work sitting in a WeWork in New York. I don't know that you can do this work simply sitting in office looking at biostatistics data. At some point, you have to reduce the distance between yourself and the people that you're chosen to serve so that you can truly listen to them and give them not what you have, but give them what they need.
This is important. You've got to I like the way you just talked about that, reducing the distance. We've got to get in front of people, not just reading, oh man, that's a horrible statistic. Oh wow, look at these numbers. Oh yeah, but you're not in front of that person as this is occurring. I wanted you to talk to me, or if you can, tell us about how you have impacted a family, how that, because you got involved, the situation was better because of circumstance. We talked about this on an earlier podcast we did last year. It's just that small window of time that if someone got involved, the situation or outcome would have been different.
Right. So I could tell you all the statistics in the world, but I always tell people, if you just close your eyes for a moment and you think about that 1 or 2 or 3 people, family member, friend, coworker that you helped out of some dire circumstance, I would say that most of us, after feeling a sense of satisfaction in helping that individual, at some point you pause and ask yourself, what would have happened to that person if I weren't here? Right? Don't we all reach that conclusion? We're like, if I wasn't here, what would have happened to that person? Well, one of the things that I enjoy about what we do is that we can provide an answer to that question, right? What you can do now is you can reach out and know that there's a person who's willing to not just get on the phone with them, but actually go to their home, who will basically do what you would have done, right? And that's what Donna is about. That's what the work that we're doing is about. It's about being able to have somebody that even if you couldn't be there, that you could pick up the phone and say, hey, why don't you call Donna? They can send somebody to do it. And that's at the core of what we've always been about, right? Is that you heard me say before, right? Like there's three things that I worried about for a long time prior to doing this work, and that was distance, dinosaurs, and those damn do-gooders, right? And so this is a kind of a resolution to all of those, right? Like we have to reduce the distance between ourselves and the people that we are chosen to care for, right? And so sadly, we're reducing the amount of time doctors can spend with patients. We're isolating them further and further away from the patient, placing layers and layers of team and staff in between them, and giving them very little information about who that person is as opposed to what's their problem. Then, we're giving them antiquated tools and telling them to do new things. And so I've already given the example about sort of how data is misaligned in the way in which it's being presented. And then we train them the wrong way, right? We train them on a problem that took decades to create, and will take a longitudinal approach to solve. But we train them in, these sporadic, once a weekend service learning type of projects that never really give them appreciation to the lived experience over the totality of a person's life, as opposed to a snapshot of you spending a couple of hours at the local food bank or serving food at the homeless shelter. And so if we want to teach people to be committed over the long term, then we have to place them in training settings that will make them do work over the long term. And so here's the thing, we're human beings. Human beings don't want to be uncomfortable, right? Like we don't want to feel insecure. We don't want to feel as though we're powerless to do something about what we see or we're in the presence of. And I don't either. But we need to teach individuals, and we need to arm individuals with tools that can resolve that, and as opposed to simply turning away from it or creating more tools that make them feel comfortable in some office or some room way off, that they are actually doing something about the problem when in reality they know very little about it.
Wow. So that's eye-opening information that we really got to get to. It's not just information and knowledge. It's the wisdom to understand the lived experience. This is not just a test of like, it's a weekend getaway, like you said. This is a person's life or community's life, not just that person. It's the entire community. So every day, if you're dealing with a community in which, you might turn on the 6 o'clock news and you hear about, the shooting over here or murder over here. But usually you find out a lot of times, unfortunately, it's that same area. So if you live in that area, you're constantly traumatized by some very, very serious situations. So when you start to talk to a person like, do you realize somebody got murdered in front of my house last night? Do you realize there are gang members outside of here? Do you know somebody just got an OD over here just the other day? Do you understand what I'm dealing with? Do you understand that 2 times a week I'm about to take my life and something happens for me to stop doing that? And this is a continuation of an everyday experience. I commend you for even going into that environment and having solutions to be able to talk about it, because what I just talked about is not a small little community anymore. These are large areas of our population, especially in America, that we're dealing with, and it's spilling over into a lot of different areas.
Yeah, well, but I want to be clear, right? So I don't want people to walk away and think that there's this thing where I'm driving around in a van and I'm going through all these areas. Our approach is about working in this space or the sphere of social terms of health, but we're employing those individuals who are directly experiencing these disparities to do this work. All right, so it's not it's not for me to come in and solve. It's about me trying to resource individuals who already, and a lot of times for a myriad of political and structural reasons, know the solutions, just don't have the resource and the tools to be able to implement them the way that they want to. So our goal with Donna Health is to be a resource for those not only who are high-end providers, but also to be a resource for those who are on the ground doing work. So the community health workers, the promoters of the communities as well. And so this is where the interprofessional, the teaming part of what we do on our platform becomes so valuable. Sadly, this allows groups of people to communicate and work together who traditionally don't find themselves co-located at times, right? So rarely do you see doctors intermingling with the local activists in the community, or the community-based organization head, or the social worker, et cetera. And so through being able to communicate and upload information into our platform that's specific to your role, and have it viewed by other health professionals or other providers of any form, social or medical, allows them to communicate even though they may not physically be co-located. And that, I think, also provides a certain level of comfort in the workspace for those individuals. And so, yeah, we once again, this is just informed from the experience of doing this work for so long, and having a great team. We have a company that we work with, Misfits Labs, who's partners in this venture with us, who do a tremendous job of engineering this product, accelerating every aspect of what we're doing. We were I would say a baby or an infant in what we were doing. We got connected to them. CG1 Solutions is another one. They do our distribution. One of the things I would say, from the entrepreneurial side that I think people need to hear is that you're not going to scale if you don't form partnerships.
Right.
We were doing this work for a while, this, Grant, but we weren't able to really be able to do anything meaningful until we were able to partner with talented individuals and be able to build an infrastructure that was worthy of our ambitions. And so I think that is I guess a lesson learned through this process, is that you may be doing very great high level work, but if you don't partner with someone who can help you amplify it and get you to the next level, then you'll always just be the person doing great work in a very small silo, and that really isn't achieving your overall goal, which is to be impactful and to help people. And so I want to help more people, then I have to make more partners that are going to allow us to achieve that goal.
Well, I'm very happy that you have found your calling and that you see this, and it's not just isolated, because you've done work in obviously New York City, London, Miami, probably some other cities I can't even name. You've been in this field. You've studied community health at a lot of different levels. You've seen it from the top, the bottom, the sides, the whole nine. You've come up now with, Donna Health is your path forward. You see a light because you see these gaps. You understand the gaps at the academic level. You understand the gaps that are at the enterprise level, and then you see it at the community level. Because if you're not aware, the people aren't aware of the real problem, you cannot administer a true solution, because it just perpetuates.
Right. Well, I think the greatest teacher of all of this for me have been the people that I actually work with and work for. Right. The team that is around me, the initial team in South Florida, the team I have out here in Vegas, my partner in this whole thing, Dr. Joe Greer, very famous physician and humanitarian. Those individuals, quite honestly, have been greater educators of my ability to do what I do than probably any degree that I earned along the way. And so I always counsel young entrepreneurs that, the best thing you can do is make sure that you protect your own personal brand, right? Don't work for or work with an individual that is not going to make you better and challenge you to be better. I've had the blessing to work with two Presidential Medal of Freedom winners in my career. And Joe has, Joe's one of two people who has that and the MacArthur Genius Award. So, that's that. But one thing I found in both cases is that these were individuals who were greatly informed and driven by their own personal values. And so you can be the smartest individual you want. You can have the greatest talents. But if you are not rooted in a foundation that is about something bigger than yourself, like I've always said, success is for yourself and solutions are for others. And so if you root your life in solely achieving success without creating solutions, then you've lived a selfish life. And, I challenge people to challenge me on it. I don't really care. But that's just the truth. And so at some point, we'll all be held account to how many solutions we created, more than we will how much success we were able to garner. And so if you're listening and you're wondering how to take stock in your life, ask yourself or challenge yourself on that measure of success versus solutions.
You said it right. I encourage the audience to do some self-assessment, not only just individually, but obviously on the enterprise level, on our community levels, everything that we're doing, are we really making an impact? One thing I like to ask about the Dana Health platform, how do people get engaged? You probably I can hear people in other cities like, wow, this sounds great. How do I find out more about this?
So right now we're operating in Vegas. We're looking to expand to other cities, but you can learn more about us. You can contact us at dana.health. We're always open to having conversations about the work that we're doing, and how we can be a resource to other health systems in other cities. We're looking to add a component to what we're doing that will allow us to scale nationwide. And so we're very, very excited about that approach. I'll have to come talk to you later once we get that up and going. I think it'll be a very good and exciting thing for us to talk about. Future's bright.
This has been exciting for me, Lou. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Always, always, always. And no matter how this whole Miami, New York thing works out.
Wade, jump in here, Wade.
Hey, I wasn't going to touch it. I didn't even want to throw in my team, guys.
Let's throw it back to Wade. Let's throw it.
Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure to hear you talk this morning. They say service is the rent that we pay for our time on earth.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
absolutely.
You gentlemen are being of service. Grant, if I can have you give your contact information if people really want to just reach out to you and Lou again, please.
Well, they can reach out to me at 5-Star BDM. That's number 5-Star, B like brand, D like development, N like masters.com. You'll see me. You have my name there. That's Grant.McGaw. You can send me an email at grant.mcgaw@5starbdm.com.
And Lou, again, because you are on the other side, as I say, please give your contact information again and how people can look at your services.
Absolutely. So they can reach me at Lou, Lu at Dana, DONA.health. I look forward to engaging in all the conversations with everyone. Thank you.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. We won't touch Grant any longer because he's trying to do something else. But again, gentlemen, thank you for your insights.
Thank you, Grant. Thank you, Grant. Appreciate it. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, in our community, we don't talk enough about our health. We must reach out and look at health, not just for ourselves, but for our family, and spread it beyond our community. If you need insight, then please contact the two speakers that we've just heard. Now, Black Business Expo, what is our mission? What do we do? Why do we do this? Why do we have you engaged? Because our mission is to support our young people, either from K-12 or going to college, to be our next generation of success. Our young people are 60% of our population, but 100% of our future. And we're asking you to donate to them so that we, as Black Business Expo, can give to them, support them becoming the next entrepreneurs, possibly the next person that will be your governor and possibly even your president. So we're asking you this morning to take time and donate. Our goal is to give laptops up to $5,000 for our entrepreneurs, our young entrepreneurs going to college. So we're going to ask you to take a moment, dig deep, and give to our young people so that we can support them with their dreams, their goals, and the next generation of success. We wouldn't be able to do this without sponsors. So let me just give you a list of our sponsors, and I want you to think, how can you be a sponsor for the Black Business Expo? Our sponsors: NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Marlene Shanae Global, Executive Woman Success Institute, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. But here's the real questions for our supporters. When will we see your name on our list that will be able to help us spread our message? We're waiting on you, but stay tuned for another session, the next speaker that we can continue to pour into you personally and professionally. Genius is Common. I look forward to seeing you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Are you tired of spending way too much energy and time on time-consuming administrative and creative tasks? And not enough time on producing income for your business? Do you have more to-dos on your plate than you can possibly accomplish? Are you struggling to keep up with marketing and social media presence? Superwoman is here to save your day. We take the stress out of your day by turning your to-dos into ta-da! We service various industries, including finance, entertainment, construction, technology, and fintech. Let us help you with the many nagging details it takes to develop and run a successful business. Let us focus on productivity so you can focus on those profits. Contact us today, scan the QR code, or go to www.superwoman.com
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning. This is Wade Randolph. Welcome to the Black Business Expo. Again, I'm Wade Randolph. My company, Randolph Unlimited, helps business owners break through their limitations in order to increase profit, performance, and productivity. Now, you might be asking, what is the Black Business Expo? Let me just give you an insight that our overall goal, our mission, is to bring together entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and business owners so that we can share their expertise with them and help you to grow personally as well as professionally. We have speakers throughout the U.S., North Carolina, South Carolina, Washington, D.C., London, and we even go further than that to Japan, Singapore. We have speakers throughout the world. Our goal, our mission is to empower you. So I want you to definitely stay tuned, stay attached, because we have a powerful speaker coming up. Dr. Dwayne Kumine, or we call him Dr. Q, is a gentleman that is a practitioner and a student of the 1960 violent movement. That means he's been around for a while and has in-depth knowledge. He worked with the tutelage of his father, late Reverend James Luther Bevel, and his father was a director of the Nonviolence Education for SCLC. Ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman has a lot of wealth and insight and wisdom. We're going to talk this morning and have a fireside chat about I Have a Dream Home, where Dr. Q is the CEO of. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Q. Dr. Q, good morning.
Good morning, Wade. Good to see you. And it is a good morning.
Yes, it is. Good to be seen, too.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Q, I don't want to waste. You got such wealth and insight. Let's just jump right in. I had a few people to send me a few questions that I want to ask and pique your wisdom. Is that okay?
Absolutely, yes.
So can you tell me what is I Have a Dream Home? Give me a little insight in the mission of I Have a Dream Home, if you would.
Yes, I Have a Dream Home. It's a movement. It's a movement centered around bringing home ownership and generational wealth building tools to urban America and rural America. So we just seen a disparity in the housing market in terms of folks in urban America being able to get home mortgages and build that pillar of the American dream, which is one of the pillars of generational wealth building, is owning your home, and based on the racial bias and discriminatory lending practices of the banks, we decided to step in and build a platform to juxtapose what was happening in the banking establishment.
And Reverend Q, let me apologize. I've been interviewing too many doctors this morning, so let me apologize. It is Reverend, so I apologize to you. Let me just get that straight.
Thank you.
My pleasure. You know,
I took the compliment.
I appreciate it. Again, we'll get it right. I'm Reverend. You know, this is such an important topic. Why is this work? Why is this movement so important in creating generational wealth?
being a product of I wasn't in the 60s civil rights movement, but my father was the director of direct action and nonviolent education. And he's my adopted father. You know, he took me from off the streets of Rochester, New York, when I wasn't doing the things I should be doing, and put me under his tutelage. And I became involved in nonviolence at that time, and directed some campaigns with him, and pretty much studied nonviolence and became a practitioner in it. But the importance is that we've always been in the social struggle, always fighting for causes, and seeing, as I said earlier, this discriminatory practices. Working in a law firm, I worked in a law firm for a better part of the last, I'm still in there to some degree, so the better part of the last 10 years, and just seeing the different things that were happening in the community in terms of civil rights abuses. And one of the things that really stood out for us was in the Philadelphia marketplace, folks were leaving homes to their siblings and to their children and grandchildren. They weren't getting the benefit of that gift. And we saw a structural problem that was intentional. And we said, okay, we have to address that. And just seeing all the different things that were going on in the community, and being, working with my father just puts that fight in you. Plus, I have a historical base that I think is DNA related. Since Kwamina, if you look it up in the dictionary, you'll see Kwamina Gladstone, who was a freedom fighter and freed the slaves in a rebellion in 1823. So we've always been fighters. It's a DNA thing with us.
It is in your DNA because you've done it so long and do it with such depth of character and spirit. I was reading to say that there are probably 10 million underserved home buyers. Am I pretty? Can you give me a little insight? Where does that statistic come from? And give me a little depth on that, because that's a big disparity number.
Absolutely. The numbers were extrapolated by, when we first came across the numbers, it was extrapolated by the Home Ownership Council of America. And they're like the watchdogs of housing in the USA. And they always compiling and looking at the analytics and figuring out where the pitfalls and the hurdles, and then they report on it, and they put it in reports and books, and it's up to you to find it and read it. And in their report, they said there was 10 million mortgage-ready home buyers going underserved in America. So I said, well, I can't just stand on those are good numbers. It was service for a lifetime, but I needed to get a little more in depth. And we went where they extrapolated the numbers from Freddie Mac. And Freddie Mac, as of 2023, said there's 13 million mortgage-ready home buyers going underserved in America, because the big banks just don't serve urban communities. They withdrawn from urban communities and rural communities many years ago. They stopped the mortgage business. They've been withdrawing from the mortgage business since about 2016. They've all announced it publicly. They no longer want to service that urban population. And there's reports that have been issued that said that population is an untapped marketplace, and the value for lenders in that marketplace, just on the home front, is $1.5 trillion. So we say, well, why wouldn't the banks want to service that industry or that community of folks? And what happens in my mind, when I look at the demographics, there's a trend. It's poor folks, Black folks.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, so this is just history repeating itself. But that's okay. So when the banks decided to withdraw from the lending institutions, and JP Morgan Chase, they even withdrew from lending and decided to put about $1 billion in rental properties to become what has been posted as a mega landlord. So I said, well, that doesn't kind of make sense for a bank to rent your house, but won't give you the money to mortgage and own your house, so you retain the asset at the end of the day, which you can then pass on generationally. So they don't want you to have that, I guess, since they took it away. But that opened up a market for us to be able to go in and put a structure into that gap and say, let us do it. And when I say us, it's let us, we the people, the community from which I come, from which I serve, we're intelligent people. Why don't we take on the structure that they refuse to operate in? And one of the key rationales behind the decision was to withdraw. They kept getting sued by the federal government.
Right.
Federal government suing for millions and millions. They paid the fines, and they just got tired of being sued and said, well, federal government won't work with us, and we're not going to change our bias and discriminatory practices, so we quit. And it's like, okay. And, there's about $7.7 billion in Community Reinvestment Act dollars that's supposed to go into these urban communities and rural communities to stimulate, to build, et cetera, that pretty much doesn't reach the community because the banks are the keepers of this resources. So if they're not investing and not creating the avenues by which to invest, the investment doesn't happen. So we took on at I Have a Dream Home that opportunity and said, we'll build the structure. And then now that the structure is completely built, and when I say completely built, we're solid in our structure right now.
Great.
Now we can go to the powers to be the federal government. And when I say, let me backtrack on that a little bit, because that's not the power to be. The power to be is we the people, the administrative branch of the government. So we have a right to go and access dollars to do good. We just needed a structure, and so we have the structure in place now to do that.
Well, you said something powerful that I don't hear often. We, the people, have the power.
Yes.
So, yeah, we, the people. And that's a statement that's often forgotten. I have a question here that was keyed in. It said, and with your wealth of knowledge, what is the Jobs Act and why is that? That was introduced by who? President
Barack Obama.
Why is that so important? Why should that be so important?
Okay. Well, what Barack Obama did when he signed that into legislation, and he was a proponent of that act, it opened up the ability for folks like me, folks like you, to now go out into the investment arenas and raise capital from the entire diaspora. Mm-hmm. Generally, when you had a startup company and you wanted to raise capital and you started up, the only people that could really come in as investors, and we call those people angel investors, the first tier investors, you had to have some criteria behind you. You had to be wealthy, for one. You had to make at least $200,000 a year for 3 years, which is called an accredited investor, or you had to be an institutional investor. So institutional and wealthy investors, they would always come into these startup companies who had these big marketplaces. They would be the investor early on. They would then garner 95% of the profit. And then once the company, got a certain growth and structure in place, then they would go to the IPO stock market and distribute the remaining 5% at a higher cost to the general public.
Right.
So the angel investors reap the benefits of the startups, and the general population was left fighting over the table scraps. Now, those are words from Damon John. He called them table scraps.
Okay.
I agree with him.
Yeah.
So if they took 95% and leave you with 5%, the general population, that's table scraps. So with the Jobs Act, what that did, that allowed for now everyday Americans, folks who weren't accredited or wealthy folks, now to invest in these startups. That's the game changer. Now the question is, what startup are you investing in? Because they still don't bring the information to you about the Googles and the Facebooks and the, that's kind of like on a different type of shelf. But I Have a Dream Home is in that structure, and we're on a shelf that we're bringing it to the urban community. We're saying, here's a startup. I Have a Dream Home. Here's a $1.5 trillion marketplace, untapped. Nobody wants it, and we want it. And it's just enormous. It's like, think about it, 10 million mortgage-ready home buyers. I don't know what your age is, but I don't care if you're a newborn baby. You ain't got enough years on the planet to service 10 million mortgage-ready home buyers.
Exactly.
Not enough time, which means that you'll always have a customer base. And then, some folks said to me, they said, well, what if you do that? Then the big banks going to change their policies, and then they're going to go in and they're going to start lending, and they're going to get back on course. And then I said, then our job has been done. Because the gentleman that was on earlier, he made a very powerful statement. He said, success is for self, but solutions is for others.
Exactly.
So we're providing a solution. We're thinking about others. Success that's off the shelf. We don't even worry about that. And when you go into business to try to make money, you're going to fail anyway. You got to provide a service that's needed. And when you provide a service, generally resources follow that. But that should be the mindset, to be solution orientated and provide a service.
That is an interesting philosophy. Let's just go a little bit deeper. The philosophy that your company is built upon is solution oriented. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Elaborate on that for a minute. What does that mean to you personally, coming from a generation of fighters?
Yes. Well, solutions. Let's talk about solutions.
Okay.
Like, I'm a firm believer in government. Government of, by, and for the people, though. Not the government that people think is like that's them and that's the government, and they detach from it. It's like being the administrative branch of government, which is the most powerful office that anyone can have in government, because we decide who our CEO is going to be, whether it be the president, the governor, the mayors of townships. That's we the people. We put that elected official in our corporate seat. They called mayors, but they're nothing but CEOs of our corporation. So that's the power, we the people. Now, we lost that somewhere along the line. So as we the people, we always have to be mindful of what's going on in the community. And so when we're mindful, we see it every day. Then the question is, how do you solve the problem? Now, for every problem, I guarantee you there's 1,000 million solutions. But the question is, what is your solution and what is the problem you're addressing? So we're always, orientated on finding solutions for problems over the years. And we just picked up on the home ownership solution piece because it was at the law office. We seen the discriminatory practices. We seen folks losing their homes. And we said, we can provide a solution to that. We're intelligent. We can sit down and figure this out. So we did that. And we even took it to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and we presented our proprietary mortgage lending platform. And they was like, humbug. Let our experts look at it. So the experts looked at it and said, no, that's not humbug. And it was like, okay. So we thought we were going to be in partnership with Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae back then, but they didn't want to use our, we got rid of credit scores. We said in our proprietary mortgage lending platform, we're not dealing with credit scores because that's a false misnomer. Credit scores are only used to deny people. And then, what are you talking about? Okay. Credit scores are used to deny people, and I can prove it. Here's an 800 credit score. They make $60,000 a year. We want to buy that $1 million house. You can't get it. Why? I got an 800 credit score. No, you don't make enough money. Oh, so it's not credit score that's the determining factor. It's your debt to income ratio,
right?
Which it always has been. So what is the credit score for? The credit score is to go in there and look on the fine lines and find a reason to say no. Oh, you have a ding. You didn't pay your light bill on time. You didn't. That's all it's used for. So we were eliminating the credit score entirely, going to debt to income ratio. And that was kind of disruptive to the current marketplace. So we kind of got rejected on that front. But however, times have changed. Now we got 10 million mortgage ready home buyers that don't even have a marketplace. So like servicing them, if nobody wants, we're not disruptive, and we're not even competing with anyone because they don't want it. So therefore, there's no reason not to do it now. So we're back, and we're going to get it done, by the way.
Yeah, Reverend Q, I run a real estate firm, and when I used to take clients in years ago, they used to say, wow, I feel like I've been brutalized because we have to go through the credit score thing. So I appreciate your in-depth insight. Why is it, based upon what you've said so far, why is it that most people are not taking advantage of angel investing? Why is that so?
Okay. Again, since about 2012, when President Barack Obama signed the Jobs Act into being, there's no public education on angel investment. It's not really taught in the public schools. I think, financial literacy and all this should be taught in quiet as it's kept in elementary school. They should be building gardens and raising crops and taking them to the marketplace. But that information is not privy and readily available, and not common discussions in urban America.
Right.
So folks who know about angel investment, they're in a whole nother place. But the market that we're talking about, they never get that information about angel investing. But again, as I said earlier, that's where the primary profit is made from investing, is when you come in at the beginning of something. And that Jobs Act, again, opened that door up for everyone. So there's no excuse for someone not to become an angel investor now. So you're going to invest, you're going to build generational wealth so that you can support your family today, tomorrow, and forever. And home ownership is a pillar, but investing is another pillar. What are you investing in? And in our community, folks don't bring that information because they don't believe that folks will invest, but they'll be happy to bring things that are not good. Like in urban America, Philadelphia, every other corner, there's like in some of these urban areas, you got tons of liquor stores, you got tons of everything, but there's no store you can go in and get some financial literacy outside of college. But just that should be common knowledge to invest in something, and find out what that vehicle is to invest in that makes sense. And then, watch it take the course that good companies generally take, which is growth. And as you invest as an angel investor and the company grows, your investment grows, your profits grow, your income grows. And but that's to me, it's not being discussed enough in the urban settings, and it should start in public school.
Yeah, my wife went to a seminar the other night, and it said the two things in our community that is held back from us: knowledge and generational wealth through real estate. So I will underscore to her that your message stimulates to what she heard the other night. So how is it that we can compete in your mind with the big banks?
Okay. Well, again, in the mortgage business, the big banks have totally withdrawn. So it's really not even a competition now. It's about being positioned to take advantage of the opportunity. So in our structure, at I Have a Dream Home, we partner with some pretty substantial groups. We partner with a broker dealer out of Chicago, Andis Capital Group, because we're raising $5 million through what's called a Reg CF offering. So through our Reg CF offering, everybody around you has to be cloaked in these licenses from the Security Exchange Commission and from the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority. So we had to partner with certain groups to bring us the licenses and so on and so forth to allow us to even raise capital on the level that we want to raise it. So we partner with Andis Capital Group, and they provide us as our broker dealers with KYC and AML, know your customer, anti-money laundering checks. We partner with CoreConX, which is SEC FINRA regulated. They provide us with software. They're a software provider because when you're making investments in securities, you cannot use Cash App and Venmo and all these types of things. You have to use real structures.
Say that again for our young people that might not.
Yeah,
you can't use the Cash App.
You can't use Cash App. That's an unsecured vehicle. And they want these companies to be regulated, secured, and have certain structures in place to make sure. So we had to partner with them, and even our payment processors, SecureTrans and Alt5 Sigma. Alt5 Sigma allows us to take cryptocurrency investments and can convert them, before they drop.
Okay.
Otherwise, we might lose the value overnight, right? And SecureTrans allows us to take fiat, debit cards, credit cards, ACH transfers, etc. But they all are SEC and FINRA regulated, and that's the beauty. Like we're doing a $5 million raise, and in order for us to do that, we have to submit certain stuff to the SEC. We have to submit our SEC, our Form C, detailing our offering and our plan and so on and so forth. And we could have went to an investment portal, but we wanted to go to broker dealers who are licensed investment folks who would give us another level of intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
And we've also did something that is kind of unusual in the Reg C arena. We have a policy. We have an insurance policy on this investment. So as we raise this $5 million, the insurance policy guards against misrepresentation and fraud, theft, all these things. And now, why did we do that? Because we know we already have an uphill battle because of the color of our skin.
Right.
So we said, look, we got to go the extra mile for folks to believe that we are good stewards and will manage this properly, which is why we put these professionals in place. Why we have, a CFO on our team who has 14 beautiful sister CPAs, so we can manage billions and billions of dollars. We have the structure in place to do that. We have like 5 MBAs on our board. So we have intelligence working. So now that we have intelligence, we build a structure and we can take these investments in. The money goes into one of our other partners' escrow account we're partnered with Enterprise Bank and Trust, a multi-billion-dollar bank out of Missouri. They are escrow company, so the money doesn't go in our bank account, doesn't go in our pocket, it goes into escrow. And then we have to carry out, because we're under this Form C and under the SEC registration publicly with the lights on. We have to be mindful of everything we do. We have to dot every I and cross every T, which we don't mind doing. We love compliance. Matter of fact, our broker dealers, they look at us sometimes and say, you don't want to be around FINRA. I said, I love FINRA. I love the Security Exchange Commission because I know they work for me. I know we the people. I know the government folks work for me. So when I go see them, I don't go and see an advocate. I don't see an adversary. I see my advocate who's got to advocate for me. I've worked close with the FBI and the Tom Rath from the IRS. It's like, no, these are my friends. Mm-hmm. I need my friends because they have information, and sometimes you can get some information that might be pertinent. and we always want to make the right step, especially like I said, based on the color of our skin, based on this $1.5 trillion marketplace, based on us being disruptive to some degree, initially disruptive. Now, since the banks have withdrawn, there's no competition. And we welcome others as well. So even in our business model, we want to empower other people in other communities to do what we're doing, because we need. This is Barina's favorite word. We have an inside joke. We need all hands on deck in order to serve 10 million mortgage-ready home buyers. We need everybody to have this information and knowledge, and reduplicate ourselves as many times as possible so we can make an exponential dent into the problem.
Now, Reverend Q, you said something interesting that really piqued my curiosity. So I'll ask you to be reiterated, but be quick on it. You have an escrow that you have to account for.
That's correct.
So you don't just I need $1 million and just dip into it. Elaborate real quickly. What is an escrow that you have to account for?
Yes, we signed about a 30-page agreement, about this thick. With Enterprise Bank and Trust. We had to go through security checks. We had to this arena we're in, we had to be totally compliant because we're dealing with other folks' money. And in this arena, you can't raise the money and put it in your bank account. It has to be in a secured establishment governed by a higher rules and regulations than we even got governed by. And it's like, that's important. And it's like the only one that's against that is people that don't intend to do right. They don't like structure. People who intend to do right, they love structure. Because they got my back. They got the investors' back. And it's like, that's a win-win situation. I can't do wrong because I got 10,000 eyeballs on me.
You brought out that point, and I just want to ensure that our listening audience got it. That just because Reverend Q wants to dip into this fund to get money, he has to account for it and he has to follow the rules.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of them. You have to follow them, but first you have to know them. And we know the rules and regulations, and it's like here's a simple rule and regulation that folks don't generally know. It's illegal to raise money from folks other than your family in the United States. It's illegal. They don't bother you about it unless you get too big. Then they might come knock on the door and say, did you register with the Security Exchange Commission to take money from Dorothy Hamilton in California, who you don't know? It's like, what are you talking about? It's like, no, I didn't. And they said, well, did you know that's illegal? Let me show you the little fine print. And it's like, no, nobody told me. Everybody does it. Yeah, but that's a terrible argument. I've been in the law field office for 10 years. You don't ever want to go into an argument talking about other people did it. That's a losing argument. So you need to know. So we make sure we don't do certain things. Certain things you can't even communicate. But the investment is solid. Again, it's a big marketplace. It's untapped. And in our investment structure, listen to this. We made investment criteria because we didn't want nobody in our community to say, oh, they just like the other guy, they too big. $10 minimum investment to be
okay. So Reverend Q, and now you've piqued my curiosity. You can see the one hair on my head standing up. Now you piqued my curiosity. How do I get, if I'm interested, how do I get involved?
Very, very simple. You go to our website, www.ihaveadreamhome.gold, Gold. ihaveadreamhome.gold. If you make a mistake and type in ihaveadreamhome.com, you'll still get to us.
Okay.
But we like to use gold because it takes you to more information on our gold site that we can share with you, because we want you to be educated. We just don't want your money. We want your mind. We want you in the movement. We want you to be intellectually understanding of what we're doing so you can teach your children, so you can teach your brother, your sister. So you go there, simple button, it says invest now. You click on it. It takes you to an investment portal. This Canada young lady from Canada come up and she'll tell you about the security features and all that. And you simply just go in and you invest. You can invest in debit card, credit card, ACH check, minimum investment $10. Of course, if you get $10, you get 10 shares. You put $100 in, you get 100 shares. You put $1,000 in, you get 1,000 shares. And that's commensurate to returns. Returns, if you have 10 shares, when returns come, you get 10. If you got 100, you get 100. If you got 1,000, you get 1,000. So that's and I say it, try to be fast about it because I don't know how many folks understand how the shares work and so on and so forth. But the bigger, the more you put in, the more returns are available to you on the profit side because you have more shares in the company. But that's the simple structure. You go in there, you click, it's all secured. It's SEC, FINRA regulated. All our investment partners and everything is on the site as well. The insurance policy is on the site. You can read the insurance policy. And the market, again, in this structure, and you know this being from the real estate market, we did a study on what it took to get to a $300 million first year raise in terms of putting $300 million on the streets. And in order to do that, we had to raise $5 million. Okay. And why you have to raise $5 million? Because you have to have certain things in place. You have to have underwriters in place. You got to have your structure. Now we have a physical structure, but you also have to have gas in the structure. So the $5 million is the gas that allows for the leveraging of the $300 million that now we can start putting out to these 10 million mortgage-ready home buyers. So we can deliver with 3 underwriters about $300 million a year. And that's not me talking. We've had some experts come in and give us the matrix and so on and so forth, and that's how we built our business plan around 300 million, and then the next year 600, then the next year 900, and the fourth year 1.2 billion, and then in the fifth year 1.5 billion, getting that out. So it's an incremental growth process, and then after year 5, by that time we hope to have enough folks implanted around the country who are reduplicating what we just did. Mm-hmm. So now we exponentially are attacking this market, and it's money to be made. As the gentleman said earlier, the solutions is for others, success is for self. But when you provide the solution, success is right behind it.
So success is knocking on the door.
It's knocking on the door. So there's plenty of room for success. Just don't let it be primary. Let the solution be primary, because if you go to success, you're going to get a big head. You're going to get off course. But if you go to solutions, you always in the trenches. You always calculate. You're always trying to make, and being from the nonviolent movement, the pillars of nonviolence is to serve others.
Yes.
It's not about the self. Dr. King didn't want to think about serving himself. If he did, he wouldn't have went out on all those campaigns. It was about liberating a people. And his fourth chapter to his cause, which they were going to embark on, was economic in institutional sovereignty and economic independence. So that's where we at now. We have to go back to and develop the structures big enough. And I think a $1.5 trillion market is a pretty big market. We even have a bigger market than that, but we won't discuss that today.
Yeah, that might take us down another lane. So we'll have to come back and address that. Now, Reverend Q, let's just say we have someone that's listening in that says, okay, I understand a degree of what he's saying, but I need to go a little bit deeper. If the website, because some people aren't comfortable with the web, can they go another route to get deeper information?
Yes. You still have to jump into the website, though. But if you go into the website, www.ihaveadreamhome, there's a little button, tab at the top that says book a call.
Oh.
So you can book a one-on-one call with me, and we love to educate. We love to share information. Some people say I share too much. I'm like, you can't share too much. It's how you going to share too much when every word belongs to God? So it's like we don't mind sharing information. We have everything that you could possibly want in terms of the structure that we built to deliver to you in terms of information. So you just go there, you book a call. We do have a number, a telephone number that you can call as well if you wanted to call and leave a message. But the best way is to the website. But the 800 number, I'm gonna give it to you anyway.
Okay.
It's 888-210-1460. And I repeat that one more time. 888-210-1406. So if you go there and you call, you'll probably get the switchboard. But if you leave a message, we'll get right back to you for sure, and we can have a phone conversation. So, but the easiest way to go to www.ihaveadreamhome.gold. Hit on the tab that says book a call, and to give you a calendar, and you choose the date and time, and I'll be there.
Great to hear. I just want to make sure there are no excuses for not being successful to get to your company. I just want to ensure that we give the listening audience all avenues to get to you. Here's a major question.
Mm-hmm.
What's the maximum? What's the minimum of investment?
Okay. The minimum, again, $10.
Say that slow one more time so everyone gets it.
The minimum is $10. Okay. And nobody in the marketplace has a minimum. Who's doing the Reg CF has a minimum $10. The maximum the maximum is about $50,000. But the minimum $10. We didn't want to exclude who I like to say Mr. and Mrs. Jones who have a grandchild that they're raising. Because in our community we got a lot of grandmothers raising children.
Yeah. And
so we said, well, we don't want to exclude Mr. and Mrs. Jones. But she's on a fixed income. She don't have a lot of money, but she can maybe put $10 a month aside for, the grandchild in an investment fund for the grandchild. So by the time the grandchild, gets 18 years old and get ready to go to college, there's an investment pool there sitting for him to help with tuition, et cetera, So that's how we got to $10. And we had to fight for that, by the way. They didn't want us to be at $10. The structures that we went through, they were charging, like when you make an investment, they have a fee they charge.
Yeah.
And the fee was more than the investment of $10. So I said, oh, no. You knew when we started what our mission was. And I said, they had to go to the bat for us 3 or 4 times. And then they finally reduced it down to $5. Which kind of made it sense because it says if you invest $10 and then you got to pay $5, that'd be $15. But not only that, we'll double your shares. So we'll give you 20 shares. So you're actually paying, instead of $1 per share, you'll be paying a little less than $1. So we tried to make the math work out to the advantage of the investor. So that worked out. But then when we went with Enterprise Bank and Trust, they decided they didn't want to charge us anything, and Mr. and Mrs. Jones anything. So now it's even better. But $10 minimum investment. Our motto is we would like to raise $1,000 from 5,000 people. That gets us there very, very quickly, because once we do this first $5 million pool and we set that off to the races and let the folks eat off of that investment, we can reduplicate it again and do another 5,000 folks again and let them take the next 300 million out to the world. Because there's 10 million mortgage-ready home buyers that we could do this infinitum and never run out of opportunity, and never stop bringing folks in for investment vehicles to put that pillar in for them for generational wealth building. So not only will we be in a business of delivering the home, we'll be in the business of delivering the angel investment opportunity over and over and over again.
So Reverend Q, how often, if I get involved, let's just say, I'm of a fixed income, or, my income's limited. Everybody talks about limited. How often can I come back in and reinvest into my portfolio?
As much as you want. It's unlimited. You can we have the final say so on investments. So we can reject investment. So if Miss Jones is going in 10, 10, 10, 10, you know, she's good forever. We love Miss Jones. But if somebody coming in and try to say, you know, now see, this is my craziness again, right? They're gonna say Reverend Kwame is crazy. I want you to tell me if I'm crazy about this. If somebody comes and says, here's $5 million, and they want all the shares. Would you give them all the shares, or would you wait and try to deliver these shares to your community and the folks that you?
Wow, that's a tough call right there.
And that's the one I've always been facing up against.
That
and
is a tough call right there. Woo.
Take that $5 million. That's I'm not interested in the money. I want folks to understand what we're talking about. We're talking about we the people. We talking about building the structure. We talking about taking responsibility for the power that has been given to us. And then using that power and then educating and continue to develop intellectual children who understand what investment is, because we're demonstrating. Who understands what coming together is, because we're demonstrating. Who understands why you don't take, things from wolves and sheep's clothing. You got to be able to differentiate between the wolves and sheep. And that's important, because folks, I mean, you look at our professional athletes, they get robbed continuously. And you would think like they get these millions of dollars, and at the end of the day, they wind up broke. And it's like, what's going on? What's happening? It's like, so that whole piece has to be brought together. So we don't want any of the pillars of the system that doesn't work for us, and there's enough structures, because I had a community come in and want to put up a lot of money. They wanted to take the company, and we said, no, we're not interested in that. They wanted to be the chairman of the board. They wanted, the other community wanted to own 60% of the company, blah, blah, blah. We said, we're not interested in that, because you have enough money to do what we're talking about already. So what makes me think you're going to come and put some money in here, take 60% of the company and do it? You haven't done it when you could do it without me. I need to stay on this ship. That's the Kwamina from 1823.
Yeah, I can see the fighter coming out, and you're right now. Reverend Q, here's what I want to make sure the audience gets. This is not just a business. Is this just a business for you, or is this a mission? Because there's a difference in leadership. Is this a business for you, or is this a mission?
Good question. And it is a mission, and we call it a movement of, by, and for the people. It's that simple. We are continuing the 4th chapter of institutional sovereignty and economic inclusion. Now, folks can't hear me. And the reason why folks, when I say in the upper echelons, they can't hear me. And the reason they can't hear me, because I don't drive a Mercedes Benz. I don't live in a mansion. So they look for these signs. And I'm like, I don't even want those signs. But it's like, how do you get past the programming that's done that folks are looking for signs versus listening, understanding intelligence, and for a man who will put everything on the table for you to see, who is totally transparent. You can see every piece of document we got.
So Reverend Q, our conversation has been great. We're going to have to do this again, because it has been eye-opening very quickly, because I'm past time or out of time, as they tell me, because this conversation has been enlightening. Give me your contact information one more time for a listening audience.
Absolutely. Again, it's Reverend Dwayne Kwamina. You can reach me at www.ihaveadreamhome.gold. You can book a one-on-one call with me. If you need to email me personally, it's Dwayne, DUANEQ, at ihaveadreamhome.gold. And I gave the 800 number before, and the 800 number again, which I don't remember in my head like that, is 888-210-1406.
Reverend Q, it's been a pleasure. It's been enlightening. So I'm hoping that everyone that's listening to the sound of our voice will jump in. Thank you, sir, for your service, and thank you for being you.
And thank you, Wade. Appreciate, and thank you, Dr. Kelly. Thumbs up. Appreciate the Black Business Olympics and everything that Dr. Kelly and you, Wade, as well. I follow you. I appreciate you as well.
Thank you, sir. Mm-hmm. Ladies and gentlemen, you...
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hey, good morning. This is Wade Randolph. Welcome to the Black Business Network. Again, my name's Wade Randolph. I'm the owner of Randolph Unlimited, where we help business owners break through their limitations to create better profit, performance, and productivity. Now, what is the Black Business Network that you might be asking? This is a 24-hour business network where we bring together some of the best Black minds, best entrepreneurs, and the best business owners to help you increase your business and your personal performance. We have speakers from North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, Washington, D.C. Shucks, we have speakers from across the pond in London and throughout the world. Our overall goal, our overall basis is to help you improve to a higher level. So this morning, we're going to have an in-depth chat with a lady that has a significant amount of knowledge in family life enrichment. Write that down, family life enrichment, because our families are the most important element of why we live. Family life enrichment. Donita M. Winston has a master's degree in social work from VCU. She has extensive and years of experience working with individuals within the healthcare industry. She is retired from Richmond Public Schools, where she served as a certified social worker. Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk this morning from Mrs. Winston's perspective about stress and family life in Richmond. Mrs. Winston, are you there?
Good morning. How are you?
Great. How about yourself?
I'm good. I have one little tiny correction.
Okay.
And it's family life enhancement.
So I will correct that, ladies and gentlemen.
Not a problem.
Family life enhancement is what we're going to talk about, but family is the most important element of our existence. Ms. Winston?
Yes,
no
sir.
need of me to stay. Genius is common. I will see you on the other side.
Thank you. Thank you again. And good morning to everyone, or good day to everyone. I'm Dalnita Winston, CEO of Family Life Enhancement. My company is about 5 years of age. And as already indicated, about a year ago, I left my full-time job and position as school social worker to run my business full time. I had been doing it part time for about 9 years or so, and I just felt this propelling nudge to come out and to really do what I'm passionate about, and that is working more specifically with families and also specifically with parents. We know that these are some challenging times that we're living in, and we're facing all kinds of everyday stressors. And so I work with parents, I work with children as well, trying to de-stress what we appear to really be experiencing, which is a lot of stress these days. So I help people kind of de-stress. I help particularly women in the areas of balancing work and family life. That I have so many loves and so many passionate things I'm doing in my business. But today I want to talk with you about managing stress, and particularly in your individual lives as well as in family life. And I know that as a parent educator, as a parent coach, and a marriage coach even, it is so important that we kind of prioritize our lives, that we really feel and know what is the goal, what is our ultimate goals. I even help families to establish goals for themselves, both individually as well as family. So I believe that goals are important, but in order to kind of strategically approach our goals in life, we must be aware of our stressors. And that is what, again, I want to talk with you about today. Just to kind of briefly define the word stress, it is basically our body and our bodies and our brains' reaction to challenges and how we respond mentally and physically to challenges as we experience them. And I also kind of call it, sometimes we feel when we're stressed that our bodies are being pulled in so many different directions. And that is a strong indicator, if you feel that way, that you are becoming stressed. So as we dive deeper into this subject really is for everybody, whether you are an employee, you're a business owner, perhaps you're an entrepreneur, you work for someone else, or you're in business for yourself. Regardless of what role that your career has launched you in, more than likely you have experienced stress. Even if you're not really feeling stressed now in this present moment, I'm sure you can identify that there have been some times where you really have experienced a level of stress. So that's kind of what I want to speak about regarding how you respond and how stress impacts you even on a daily basis. So I want us to, again, consider the times that we're living in. And it's so important because there's so many external as well as internal factors that affect us. Externally, our jobs, our families, our relationships, our finances, our marriages, our parenting, all of those entities of life can somehow propel us into the stressful zone. And so a lot of times we're really challenged with how to get out of that zone, so to speak, and find a more calmer environment, find ourselves in a more peaceful environment. And so that's important, again, as we consider the days and times that we're living in. Stress has, unfortunately, sometimes a negative impact on us, both mentally, physically, emotionally. And so we want to identify the impact of stress. And certainly, as we know, stress can hit us from all different angles. And sometimes that stress makes us feel overwhelmed. It makes us frustrated. It makes us sometimes short-fused. We find ourselves, down. And what I call down, I mean like that black cloud is sort of hanging over our heads. And sometimes we're not really understanding why we feel down or feel sad. But sometimes it has a lot to do with the stress levels that we're experiencing. So it's important to have a self-awareness. I believe that is where we want to start. Having a self-awareness, because in actuality, the person that really knows you is you. We have to be aware of how we're feeling, what we're bringing to the table, so to speak, each and every day, our mood and our disposition. Again, a lot of times when we see it going off to a negative aspect, it can be attributed to the amount of stress that we are experiencing. So that self-awareness is a good place to start. I call it just sort of taking a temperature check, just to kind of check in with yourself, especially in the mornings. How am I feeling? How am I approaching the day? How am I going to show up today? And it has a lot to do with just how you wake up. And again, that self-awareness, having that sense of knowing how you're feeling. I think, again, that is so important. As we talk about self-awareness, we can better self-monitor. All right. And again, kind of just being aware of our response and even our reactions to how we're approaching the day. Again, if we appear within ourselves to be a little short-fused or a little frustrated, even at the beginning of our days, that is a strong indication that we're really stressed. So self-monitoring, self-awareness are huge as we deal with this topic and as we deal with stress within ourselves. Also, there are some important things that we can do when we feel stressful. One would be to pay attention to how we're breathing. A lot of times in the morning, I think I've said this before, it's important that we practice self-breathing or practice deep breathing, I should say. What does deep breathing entail? Well, glad you asked. It entails breathing from your belly. All right. A lot of times we get into the habit of breathing from our chest, and that really cheats us. Actually, we're cheating ourselves when we do those quick breathing, throughout the day. And it's usually starting from our chest and then comes out of our mouths. But I'm saying to you, and I'm suggesting, why don't you intentionally practice deep breathing, and I call it breathing from the belly. All right. And that helps us to come into a more regulated state, a more balanced state. It helps the oxygen come to our brains or move to our brains more quickly or more efficiently, and it really calms us. So making sure that oxygen is traveling to our brain so that we can operate from the executive functioning of our brain. The executive functioning is a more calmer, kind of mode, and it helps us to problem solve, to handle life on a day-to-day basis when we are actually at that calm mode. Also, what we can do is really pay attention to muscle tension. Again, I think I've already stated this before several times back or several months back, where a lot of times we tend to carry stress in our shoulders, and it really appears physically because our shoulders tend to take the position of being up. And when we can kind of intentionally relax our muscles in our shoulders, it just brings us more into a calm mode. Also, I feel that it's extremely important to know our triggers. All right. And what I mean by that, there's some things that our brain can encounter or kind of rehearse events and experiences that have happened in our past, whether it was last week, last month, last year, several years ago. Sometimes when we recall those, whether it's consciously or subconsciously, those events bring about triggers. And we again are more tense, more stressed. And so again, that can be relationships that have gone a little sour, or interruptions within our marriages, or parenting kinds of challenges, perhaps things that have affected us financially or on our jobs. And again, those things that have happened in the past can certainly bring about triggers, and it just reminds us of what has happened that may be a little negative, and again can cause stress. So know your triggers, know those things that again you're rehearsing in your mind, sometimes over and over again. And so it's really important to sort of de-stress and to be aware, self-awareness, know your triggers. And when you understand what your triggers are, you're better. That's like the first step to resolving that stress, or or handling or managing the stress levels. Now, I want to get to the point of reducing stress. So we've covered a lot already this morning. And so the fact is that, we know what brings about stress. We know that a lot of times it can be individuals within our lives. It can be, our jobs, other relationships, all kinds of things. And perhaps today I have rattled off some of these things that cause stress, but you may be experiencing something that I have not named. So what would that be? Think about it for a second. What is causing, or what tends to cause, stress in your life? And only you can answer that question. Sometimes in my quiet time, I just sort of think, okay, why am I stressful? What is it about this circumstance or this situation that's causing me stress? Once I'm aware of it, once I can identify those triggers, then I'm better able, I'm in more of a position to respond to that, okay, to respond to the question and thus reduce stress, okay? That's the ultimate goal, to reduce that level of stress, to reduce it, to minimize it, to work on it, all right? So how can we do that? Well, I'm a firm believer that it starts the moment your eyes open, the moment you are aware that, hey, I'm being blessed by another day, the moment you put your feet on the floor and begin to start your day, you can actually begin to reduce stress then. Yes, at that moment. How do you do that? Well, you start your day right. Perhaps you started by prayer and meditation. I am huge on that. Every morning I start my day, I begin my day with prayer and just sitting with myself, having that quiet time is so important. I am an avid coffee drinker. Yes, I must admit. And wow, today, guess how many cups I've had? 2. So, I start my day with that. And then I sort of rehearse in my mind, what do I have to accomplish today? A lot of times I will consult my calendar, which I heavily rely on because I try to be as organized as possible. So planning ahead is important. If I know something standard is going to happen on Wednesday or on any given day, I write it down so I will not forget. Because again, when we're constantly trying to chase our day, so to speak, it does bring about a level of stress, and we can minimize that. We can actually reduce it by being organized. Yes, by being organized. So I plan ahead as much as possible. I have, again, that morning routine. These are some things that I have found that help me with, with managing my stress. I think this is huge. Having a positive mindset is phenomenal. It helps us as we reduce stress. It helps us to sort of compartmentalize our lives. Again, it's so important to have a positive mindset, to have a positive attitude. I often hear people say your attitude, it determines your altitude. And so that's a little saying that is in the back of my mind. It's how I approach the day. It's how I show up for my day. It has a lot to do with how I manage stress. And maintaining good working habits. That's important. It is so important. Whether you are in business for yourself, whether you're working for a company, it's important to show up with good work habits, not wasting time, not, having a nonchalant attitude, so to speak, regarding your task at hand, but really being able to show up on purpose and accomplish those tasks and celebrate. Oh my goodness, celebrate when you accomplish even little minimal tasks that you have during the day. And it's just so important because that mindset, that attitude has so much to do with how we manage stress. That really brings me to time management. Making good use of our time is so important. Knowing that we only have 24 hours within a day. And if you're like me, I'm a business owner, and I'm an entrepreneur. I'm sort of, if I really qualify that or quantify that, I am a solopreneur, So if it doesn't get done, if I don't do it, it doesn't get done. So there are so many tasks that I know I need to accomplish every day. And again, if I don't do it, it doesn't get done because I'm a solopreneur. All right. So that time management becomes essential for my business. And it's huge because, again, in order to have good work habits, I have to be able to manage my time. So self-care is huge. Also, it's so important that we're taking time out for ourselves, doing something fun. If you're like me, I have a busy weekend starting like later on this evening. Tomorrow is jam-packed. Sunday's jam-packed. But I know that it's so important to squeeze in that self-care time. That can be going for a walk. It can be journaling. I often say that writing is very underestimated. It's often overlooked, but writing how we feel in that moment, taking time out of our busy schedule to jot down those thoughts or even random thoughts, it helps to reduce stress. So important. A good work routine. So we've kind of dealt with that. I want to make sure that I capture that. Knowing what to expect, helps. And even if you are bombarded by a few things that were unexpected, you kind of just take a nice deep breath and know within yourself, I got this. I can handle it. Yeah, it wasn't on my calendar. It was something that someone asked last minute, but if I can do it, I can. If I can't, I'm going to be very transparent and say, I'll get to it. Okay. So as much as possible, it's great if we don't procrastinate. Procrastination brings on stress, I promise you. And at the same point, doing a lot of multitasking can be very stressful. Ask me how I know. Okay. And so at some point, if I'm prone to multitask, then I have to be able to kind of pull back and really prioritize even more precisely and know that doing 1,000 things at one time may not be the best approach. All right. So establishing good organizational skills, again, that's kind of connected to prioritizing and really time management. Is all like together. It correlates together. And setting limits and boundaries for ourselves and having grace for ourselves. I think that is so important. Give yourself some grace and know that you don't have to be perfect. We're not perfect human beings, and that's okay. Okay. Knowing when to take a break. Sometimes you just got to pull away in order to manage that stress, in order to get a handle on it. You've got to pull away. You've got to know when to take a break, whether that's daily, whether it's carving out some time for you and that special someone to do a quick getaway, whatever that looks like for you. But again, you're giving yourself some grace by knowing that you can't just work 24/7. You got to pull back, got to have some time for yourself. And also having a good support system is huge. I strongly believe in a good support system. So let's define what support means, or what a support system means. It means that group of individuals. It doesn't have to be a lot. I'm not saying 20 or 15 or 10. It can be actually 2 people. All right. But those individuals who that have your back, those people that are in your corner, that just knowing that can help reduce your stress. All right. Those may be individuals who you want to take a break with, who you want to do something fun with. That's huge. All right. I'm moving on. I know I'm working at a quick pace here, but I want to get this all in. Okay. So before my time runs out. So also what's hugely important is that we have what I call a relaxation mode. That is huge. Having, whether it's a carved out specific place in your home, it could be a special chair, it could be a special room, a special place in that room, but your designated space that you can just sort of calm down, sort of have a chill moment, if you will. And that when you see that place, when you walk by it, it triggers your brain. That's my space. That's where I can sit with myself. I can calm down. I can take a break. That's what I need. Okay. So those are some key elements of managing stress. If you would like to learn more about stress management or self-care, please connect with me. I want to give you this information again really quick because I want to get it in. Okay. Don't want to forget it. Connect with me. You can certainly reach out to me by email, and that would be coaching, COACHING, at familylifeenhancement.com. You can also visit my website at www.familylifeenhancement.com. www.familylifeenhancement.com. If you are a part of an organization and perhaps your organization is looking for a speaker, a keynote speaker, a workshop speaker, you may certainly visit my website at it's www.dalnitawinstonspeaks.com. You can see, what my topics are that I'm able to address by speaking. My first name is part of that website, and it's D as in doll, OLLNITA, Winston, Dalnita Winston Speaks, SPEAKS.com. So that is, that is really what I wanted to share with you. I know that a lot of times people are really, they're very stressed. And it concerns me that a lot of times we're just going about our day-to-day routines without, breaking, without taking breaks, without really being mindful of what we're feeling. And unfortunately, if we establish that kind of living without kind of dropping back and sort of assessing what we're feeling and why we're feeling it, it can certainly lead to physical health issues, even emotional issues like depression or anxiety. It can even lead to substance abuse. And so those are some of the negative aspects. When we talk about our health, our physical health it can be directly impacted by our stress levels. If we're worried about, things, and it's just like a continuing cycle of worriedness, of anxiety, of going in and out of depression, those things can really impact our physical well-being. And so I have really stopped to kind of identify what I feel is important. And I certainly feel that our well-being, our overall well-being, our overall life satisfaction is huge. It's so important that we're overall satisfied. I know life is going to happen. I know sometimes, things catch us off guard, but it's how we approach it. It's being able to be level-headed, and again, using that executive functioning of our brain. And that can only happen when we de-stress, when we slow down, become self-aware, making sure that we know that we have support. Again, that support may not be 20 or 30 people, but it's those people that we identify that we know that's for us. They're not against us, they're for us. And being able to do those things that we know we can do, and the things that we can't do, we just have to kind of get with that and settle ourselves that there's some things that maybe even are outside of our circle of control. And so sometimes when I work with people in my coaching program, we talk about those things that are actually, stressing us out, and those things that we have control over, and those things that are outside of the realm of our control. And so if they're not in our control, there's little to nothing we can do about. But those things that are within our sphere of control, those are the things that, again, using the executive functioning of our brain, we can sort of manage, we can brainstorm to feel or to kind of conclude how we're going to handle certain situations and problem solve. And that's important. I really am concerned, again, about the level of stress that we all may feel from time to time. But those are some things, or there are some things that we can do to de-stress, to bring ourselves more into a calmer state. As I work with parents in my coaching program for parents, I often share with parents that our children are watching us as parents and getting their cues from us. So Mr. Randolph has popped in, and that means that my time is like that. But I will finish that statement. Again, our children are taking their cues from us, and they're learning how to handle life based upon how we as adults handle life. Yeah. Hi.
Hey, Ms. Winston, so I do have some questions for you if you can stay a moment. There's a difference of stress based upon men and women.
All right.
Can you elaborate that? What are some of the telltale signs that men need to look for? And what are some of the telltale signs, if you can give insight of what women should look for?
Yeah. So with men, I'll start there first. A lot of times it's really intriguing to me how from boys, from childhood, our males are a lot of times they have the tendency to hold their feelings, hold their emotions, and they're within. And what I share with people a lot of times is just because, especially men, just because we don't or they don't deal with those emotions or those feelings, it doesn't mean that they disappear. They're just there, and they become layers and layers. And as they, as men, continue on in life, and there's more, perhaps they're faced with more challenges, more things to do, that stress level becomes a little bit more deeper. And it's so important for men to have ways to reduce that stress or to handle the stress. That's why a lot of times the men that I work with in my coaching programs, when I ask, well, what do you do to unwind? What do you do for self-care? The top 2 or 3 I hear, one is the gym. And that's an awesome way to work off some of that stress. I believe that we are human beings that are meant to be in motion. And so a lot of times I find that men are better than that than women are. I tell you. So for men, being active is huge, and it helps them to handle the stress. Another top answer I hear from men is playing the game. That tends to kind of help men reduce the level of stress when they're focused on whatever that game may entail. Look, I've heard of instances where you can purchase games to actually de-stress. That's the purpose of the video game, to de-stress people. So I encourage, folks to kind of research that. When we talk about women, we women, I identify as a woman, so I could definitely speak on this.
Yeah.
We are more emotional human beings. We're more in touch a lot of times with our feelings, and we are nurturers by nature. So if we're not sort of, feeling like we have to take care of the situation or take care of the individuals, then, that's a reducing, a self-producing element all by itself, because we feel like we have to wear all of these hats. We have to do all these things. And it certainly brings about a level of stress.
Got you. Yeah. Good points. Good tips. Often I find people, because a part of my business, I'm right down the road from you in Virginia myself.
Okay.
A part of the challenge is sometimes people get into this habit pattern. How do you get them? How do you get the business professional out of that habit pattern that is very destructive and not really serving them, but they can't see it? They have that blind spot.
Yeah. So glad you asked. I am, professionally, I am a coach. So I'm not a therapist. I'm not a licensed clinical counselor or social worker. I help individuals move from point A, where they are now, and move forward. So that's what I do. I guide people to where they want to go, to their goals. And a lot of times, what is so intriguing about the coaching aspect is that the answers, a lot of times for individuals, the challenges, the answers are already inside of them. I just help to bring them to the surface. And so I love that approach. And a lot of times I share with people, okay, let's look at this from all angles. And so I challenge people by asking questions. And if they're dealing with stress, if they don't know how to structure their time. In fact, I was in a coaching session just this morning, and the young lady is a professional. She has a young infant, and she's feeling what I call mom guilt because she's not able to balance the time that she's, supposed to be with her, or she feels she's supposed to be with her infant. So we had to look at that. So my question to her was, what is it that you could possibly do that you're not doing already? What are some things that you feel like could get you to your goals? And so that's the approach I take with people. I help them to look at every angle possible that perhaps they could implement in their lives to bring about more balance, to bring about more structure and good habits. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the habits that unlocks the door to their prison. So you talk about a lot of things, and I was taking note, but as the mom or the busy business professional, give me your top 2 tips of what they can do during the day just to, I know you said breathing, but what can they do during the day just to center themselves if they're in a fast-paced environment?
Yeah. So again, when I say take a break, that you could actually sit at your desk and mentally take a break. You can, again, sounds really funny. You could count to 10. You can count to 20. You can do some deep breathing. You can focus in particularly what you see, 3 things of what you actually can see in that moment, 3 things that you can smell, being more in touch with what you are feeling. We can do what we call body scans, sitting in our chair, just starting visually or mentally from our feet and work ourselves all the way up to the top of our heads. What are the sensations? What are the feelings that we're actually experiencing at that particular moment? Listen, Mr. Randolph, I, being in the school system for 22 years, there were some stressful times because children and families are really faced with some hard life issues. And what I found out is if I could physically get up from my desk, walk down the hall, just take a nice little walk and come back to my desk, it really could help me to kind of de-stress in that moment. If it was a beautiful day, I would actually, walk out of the building, walk down the sidewalk, come back in, have a seat at my desk. And that really just helped me. It really did.
Ms. Winston, we're going to have to send you back into the schools because some of the issues that I hear coming out of the school from instructors, they really need your wisdom. So I'm almost at the top of the hour. If you would, give your contact information one more time, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So again, I can be reached if you definitely want to talk to me by phone, 804-238-9553. If you want to shoot me a quick email, that is coaching@familylifeenhancement.com. Again, my website is familylifeenhancement.com, or for speaking engagements, whether that's webinars or webinars or conferences or seminars, I can be reached at DalnitaWinstonSpeaks.com. I actually really quickly have a conference that I'm hugely excited about. It is called Impact. It's a women's conference, and we're is for professional women who want to balance work and family life. That's coming up September the 9th, 2023, starting at 9:00 a.m. in the morning.
So is it for
yeah.
men also or just women?
No, this is a women's only event. If I get some interest from men, I would be more than happy to, to kind of start planning a men's conference. And probably I would pull my husband in on it as well to kind of, from a man's perspective. But yeah, I'm open to that. Definitely.
Yeah, well, it's been a pleasure. It's been an honor talking with you.
Oh, bless you.
I'll have to connect you right down the road. So it's senseless for us not to connect.
Please do.
More than anything,
Uh-huh.
people need your wisdom. So keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love your first name. That was my grandfather's name. Love it.
Good. We're already old friends.
Yes. Yes, we are.
So, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Family life enrichment, family life enhancement. I'll
Yes,
get it
sir.
straight. From Mrs. Winston, she has a depth of experience, depth of expertise. So as they say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side, Ms. Winston.
That's you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, why is it that family life enhancement is so important? Because the reality is we only have one life to live. There's an old saying that I love, get busy living or get busy. I'll let you finish the other part of it. But now with Miss Winston's expertise, you have someone that you can turn to live your best life ever. And you only get one chance of this. So make sure that you take time, even if you're sitting there wondering, what should I do? Even if you're sitting there saying, I need somebody, because a lot of people will suffer in silence. Then make sure you reach out to her and make sure that you ask, can you help me? So let's turn to the Black Business Network. Why do we do this? Why do we have a network to bring people together that have expertise in different industries, different life experience, and different business experiences? Because we are here at the Black Business Network to support our young people that will be the next entrepreneur, possibly the next governor, possibly the next president. We are here to support our young people because, as I've said several times this morning, our young people are 60% of our population, but 100% of our future. Think about it. Do you want to support our future? So we're collecting funds and asking you to donate what you can possibly give to our young people by going to www.blackbusinessusa.com. You'll see that information right below. Again, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Anything that you donate, any amount will be excellent. We are focused on supporting our young people and giving them the support they need to become great people. Anything that you can give will be thoroughly appreciated. If we have students that are listening to my voice, and if you want to apply for our scholarships or laptops, then please go to www.blackbusinessusa.com. Now, the only way that we can do this, the only way we can keep this Black Business Network going is for sponsorship. Let me just send a shout out and appreciation to our sponsors. Our sponsors, NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Suppliers and Development, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Marlene Cherney Global, Executive Woman's Success Institute, Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman, right? Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo. And I hope that someday within the next coming weeks, we'll be able to add your name and your company to the list of our supporters that will allow us to continue the Black Business Network going strong and supporting our young people. It's been a pleasure to spend my Friday morning with you again. This is Wade Randolph, Randolph Unlimited, where we help business professionals break through their limitations in order to hit higher productivity, performance, and revenue in their company. Remember this. Realistically, there are three types of people in this world: people that make things happen, people that watch things happen, and people that will wonder what happened. Please take time, invest in our young people, invest in the Black Business Network so that we can help make things happen and move our community forward. Again, genius is common. Stay tuned for other speakers, and I look forward to seeing you on the other side.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces its community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.